Okay. We're back.
オイラたちも楽しかったぜ。気づかないうちに着いちゃったな。この後まだ取材があるの。そろそろ時間だから失礼するわね。またな、シャルロット。ええ、機会があったらぜひスチームバード新聞社まで遊びに来て。記者の仕事って大変そうだな。ところで、これからどこに行くんだ？
もしよかったら先に僕たちの家に戻ってもいいかな。集めた材料を持って帰らないと。
もちろんいいぜ。フォンテーヌ邸は広すぎて、オイラたちもどこから回ればいいかわからないしな。
He's trying to get somebody's food. What else is he trying to do? Alright, Fontaine! And all that for that, huh? Cutscene had just been that close to ending, and the game was like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna freeze up. I blame OBS Link. Stupid shit. Alright, well, since we're here, let's go up here and do a thing.
Hoshi to Shin'enを目指せ。ようこそ冒険者協会へ。無事今日の依頼を達成しましたね。星と深淵を目指やっぱりもっとやるかんかな。
Getting behind things is definitely a way of hiding treasure.
ここが僕たちの仮住まいさ。あ、フレミネ、いたのか。みんなはどこ？この二人をみんなに紹介したいんだけど。
リネット、みんなはさっき出かけたよ。
そうか。まあ、お父様がそろそろ帰ってくる時期だから、みんな忙しいんだろうね。仕方ない。ああ、二人とも。この子は僕の弟でフレミネだ。 すごく腕のいい潜水士なんだよ。
Today?
こんにちは。
こんにちは。オイラはパイモンで、こいつは旅人だ。潜水士の弟がいるなんてすごいな。
A diver.
その、リネ、ちょっとこっちに。
どうしたの？何か話でもあるのかい？
So Linny's the oldest kid. Although by technicality, twins are the same age.
そうか、分かったよ。
何かあったのか？
いや、なんでもないよ。家事とかそういう話。そうだフレミネ、旅人と一緒にマジックポケットの材料を集めたんだけど、そっちはどうだった？
僕も水中でいっぱい取ってきた。ちょうど渡そうと思ってたところ。
さすがだね。やっぱり水中の方が効率がいいか。じゃあ急いで工房に送り届けよう。
Oh, rain. It was just sunny a moment ago.
雨が降ってきたみたい。ほんとだな。今の今まで晴れてたのに。フォンテーヌの天気って変なの。
仕方ない仕方ない。歌劇場で審判がある日はいつ
It rains
こんなに
on
わか雨
days
が降
where
るん
there
だ。
are trials. I wonder if this
安
has
心して
anything to do
すぐに止む
with
から。
Farina.
フォンテーヌにはかつて水の竜王がいた。今はどこ
Another
にいるか
mention
わ
of a
からない。
dragon.
その水流が涙を流すと空から雨が降るって。小さい頃
Not
母さ
surprising.
んに言われたことがある。雨が止んで欲しかったら空に向かってこう叫べばいい。水流、泣かないで。
Like, at this point now, there has been mention of a dragon that has existed at some point in the past that aligns with each of the archons. Like, there's a hydro dragon here. There's been a dragon for each element so far. That's not a coincidence. And somehow, for some reason, unbeknownst to me, they don't exist anymore. So what if the Gnosis originated from these dragons? And Celestia did some shit, killed them all, took their Gnosis, gave them to people, and said, here, now you're the Archon.
Hmm.
ないね。やっぱり伝説は伝説か。
Did we just stand out in the rain the whole time? can't wait to meet the others. Yeah, I'm gonna reset it the old-fashioned way today.
フレミネはちょっとシャイなところがあってね。あそこのオーナーはおしゃべり好きだから、フレミネも昔から苦手みたいで。
いいぜ。オイラたちが言ってやるから安心しろ。
本当にごめんなさい。僕のせいで。この恩は必ず二人に返すね。
恩だなんて、そんなガチガチに考えなくていいぞ。オイラたちもどうせついでだからな。
Terminate is not good in social situation.
ありがとう。あのお姉さんは本当に苦手で。
Can't deal with that lady? Who?
ありがとう。あのお姉さんは本当に苦手で。
Who? Who can't you deal with? Who's giving you trouble? Guess we'll find out? Question mark? He said One-san. Is that One-san? So... I know who it isn't.
「おや、見慣れない顔だね。何がお望みだい？買い物、製造依頼、それとも雑談？」
材料を届けに来たんだ。ほら、なんとかってやつを作るのに使う。
ああ、マジックポケットだね。もういくつも注文が入ってるから一目で分かったよ。いや、もうすでに十分な数の資金をもらってるから、あの子たちが何に使うのかを聞いて、私も値下げしてあげたかったんだけど、私も商売で苦労してるだろうから、そのままの金額でいいって聞かなくてね。まったくお金持ちなだけじゃない、本当に優しい子たちだよ。
リネたちってお金持ちだったのか。
よくは知らないけど、フォンテーヌの魔術師なんてのは結構稼げるもんなんじゃないのかい？
そういえばオーナー、ここの工房っていつもこういう機械で物を作ってるのか？なんかすごそうな感じがするな。
機械でやれるなら手を使うやつなんていないだろう。最新の技術を使わないのだってある意味じゃ浪費さ。そして浪費は罪の一つでもある。
じゃあこんなでっかい機械、一体何で動かしてるんだ？
そうだねあんたたちみたいな素人にエネルギーシステムのことを説明するのはなかなか骨が折れそうだね。簡単に言や、フォンテーヌ人が普段使ってるエネルギーは基本的に立証混合エネルギー、つまり審判で生まれたエネルギーから来てるのさ。
審判からエネルギーが生まれるのか？どういう原理だよ。
私も具体的には説明できないけど、大雑把に言うと、法廷で審判が行われるとき、
油脂最低カーディナルが人々の正義に対する信仰を集め、それをエネルギーに転換して全フォンテーヌのために使うってなもんかね。
油脂最低カーディナル、確か神が作った審判マシナリーだっけか。そんな機能もあったのかよ。
Sorry, you need to see what
でも
Oshino
まだ
Cole
よく
has
わ
just,
かんない
has
ぞ。
just tweeted.
信仰みたいにふわっとしたものをどうやって機械のエネルギーに変えるんだよ。
I just retweeted it myself to make it easier to find. Kana Anima has become the official ambassador for Miyazaki-grown green peppers, and it's April 1st, so it's definitely a joke, but that's still fucking funny.
あ、つまり水神はこういう機械を使って信仰から生まれる力をエネルギーに変えて全フォンテーヌのために使ってるってことか。
あんたらの言う概念とか考えは私からすると目新しく感じるけど、案外理にかなってるかもしれないね。それから立正混合エネルギー以外にもプネウムシアって呼ばれるエネルギーもある。生産過程では神の力に頼らなくていいんだけど、不安定なエネルギーでね、未だに広い範囲で一般に向けて実用化ってところまでは行ってないのさ。
仕事ほったらかしてまた雑談か、オーナー。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
なんだってまたここに。あんたらカブリエル商会から借りた金は来月必ず返すと言ったはずだよ。とやかく言われる筋合いは。
来月を待たずして逃げられるってこともあるだろう。今日は少なくとも5割、いや7割を回収させてもらう。
あんたら
どうやらこの工房経営状況が良くないみたいだな。
Do we have to teach somebody
も
a
う材料
lesson?
も渡したし、オイラたちはそろそろおいとましようぜ。
ちょっと借金の取り立てをする前に、
Oh, it's you
まずは
again.
自分たちの方を清算したらどうだい？
Ugh.
君たちカブリエール商会が俺たち北国銀行のビジネスを奪うのは別に構わない。でもまさか北国銀行に不良債権を残していくなんてね。おっと
I
失
was
礼。
not expecting
俺
him
が先に
here.
話をしてもいいかな。
北国銀行のもんか。来月必ず返すと言ったはずだ。とやかく言われる筋合いは。
Oh, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Huh?
お、旅人おちびちゃん、まさかフォンテーヌで会えるなんて思ってもなかったよ。
オイラたちもまさかお前がここにいるなんて思わなかったぞ。なんでスネージナヤを離れてフォンテーヌにまで来てるんだ。
話すと長くなるけど、実はもう長いことフォンテーヌにいるんだ。それは退屈してたところさ。君たちに会えたのはある意味運命だ。旧友だからってだけじゃなく、どこに行っても争いが生まれる君たちだからね。どう考えたってこの先の日々がぐんと面白くなるに決まってる。
He's not wrong.
オイラたち、
Trouble does
お
seem
前
to
の言う
follow
面
us
白
everywhere
さ
we
は別
go.
に好きじゃないんだぞ。旅はやっぱり順調じゃないとな。そうだろ旅人。
おい北国銀行の男、こっちを無視するな。
邪魔しないでくれるかな。旅人と会える機会なんてめったにないんだ。君たちはそこで待つといい。
How rude.
貴様、借金の取り立てに来たのはそっちの方だろうが、なのに雑談が終わるまで待てってか。小僧、お望み通り今すぐ金を返してやる。ほらこっちに来い。
邪魔するなって言ってるのに。あ、そうだ旅人。前にトーニャとテウセルを氷釣りに連れて行ったんだけど、テウセルが
おい、図に乗るなよ。野郎ども、そいつを始末しろ。
はあ、話をする暇もくれないとはね。まあいい。北国銀行からは客に手出しをするなって言われてるけど、君たちからかかってくるなら正当防衛だ。二人とも俺のために証人になってくれよ。
まあお前なら一瞬で片付くだろうな。
Boy, these guys have no idea who they're fucking with, do they? See it.
狂乱怒涛。はっはっ、痛いから我慢しろよ。
なんなんだお前は。強すぎるにも程がある。スネージナヤの北国銀行。
Now you're
ま
realizing
さかお前
it?
は。
今さら気づいても意味ないよ。北国銀行が君たちの手に負えない相手だってことだけ分かってくれればいい。お？
スキヤリ
Oh, what just happened?
うん、妙だな。わからない。手を出そうとした瞬間、水元素力が急に言うことを聞いてくれなくなったんだ。
No, I don't think this
ま
is
さ
the
か
vision.
神の目
Too
に
much of a
何か。
coincidence.
そんな
Has
こ
to be
とって
new
あ
with
るの
Arena
か？
or something.
神の目の制御を失ってしまうなんておいら初めて聞いたぞ。
まあいいや。過度に神の目の元素力に頼れば鋭さを失ってしまう。それに俺には邪眼もあるしね。
それでタルタリアはなんでフォンテーヌに来たんだ？北国銀行のお使いってわけじゃないんだろう？
ああ、それは最近気分が下がってたからかな。
Hey, Ann.
え、なんだよその理由。お前にも悲しい時があるのか？
もしかしたら俺も自分のことをあんまり分かってないのかも。近頃体の内に何かの力がうずくような気がしてね。それになぜか時折気が沈むんだ。
もしかしてさっきの神の目の不具合もその力と関係してるんじゃないか？
確かにそうかもしれない。
I mean, I know that it's not like his vision's gonna change from water to something else. I don't think there's ever been a situation where that happened aside from Scaramouche. But that was a unique situation that allowed for that to happen. Never actually seen somebody who was given a vision and then sometime later in life that vision changed from one element to another based on how their life has changed. So I don't think that's what's happening. It definitely seems more connected to any erasing himself from history affected matters. Yeah, exactly. This is more likely something to do with Farina herself. It seems too much of a coincidence for it not to be. Like the Hydro Archon and the Hydro Vision Harbinger. Like the Hydro Vision in itself. I know that the visions are influenced by the particular Archons in some way. I guess we'll see.
そうだな。君たちに言ったかどうか覚えてないけど、俺は14歳の頃、
You
謎
fell
の
into
深
some
淵
unknown
に落ちた
abyss?
ことがあるんだ。今の力はほとんどその時に習得したものさ。そういうことを俺に教えてくれた師匠がいて、名をスカークと言った。彼女は口数が少なくてとても不思議な人だった。 どこから来たのか何を経験したのか全くわからない人でね。戦闘の技術を教えてくれる時もすごく厳しかったよ。どうして俺を弟子にしてくれる気になったのか一度聞いてみたことがあるんだ。確か俺が奴を呼び覚まし、俺の身に奴の痕跡が残されたから。そして将来これらの戦闘技術はきっと役に立つって言われたよ。
やつってなんだ？お前は何を呼び覚ましたんだよ。
それが師匠はそれについてははっきり言わなかったんだけど、俺は深淵に落ちる際に見た夢と関係があると踏んでる。夢の中で俺は果てない海の底にいて、目の前には息が詰まるような迫力のクジラがいた。
クジラ？そういえばなんかそういうイメージあるぞ。オイラたちとやり合った時、デカクジラの大ジャンプみたいな技を使ってたよな。もしかしてあれか？
あれはただの元素力で作った概念のクジラさ。あの夢を見た時から夢の中のあのシーンがずっと心に焼き付いていて振り払えないんだ。
だからってそれを自分の技に入れたのかよ。悪趣味だな。なんで師匠に直接聞かないんだ？もしかしたら答えを知ってるかもしれないだろ。
そんな簡単に言わないでくれ。あの件以来俺がスカーク師匠とあの深淵の捜索をやめたことはない。探し続けてもう何年も経つ
So
のに
everything he's
何も進
saying,
展
with
がな
no
いん
one
だ。
else to witness it,
記
people
憶の
would
中
see
で
it as
謎の
absolute
深淵に落ちた
bullshit.
場所も今ではその痕跡すらない。
うわー、なんか階段みたいだな。
ああ、手がかりはすべて途絶えてしまった。
Maybe he ended up in the Night Kingdom
仕方
or
ないさ。
whatever
この世の
equivalent.
奇遇っていうのはこういう風につかみどころがないものなんだろうね。おっと、いつの間にか話し込んじゃった。そういえばまだ用事が残ってたんだ。今日のところはこの辺で。
また北国銀行の仕事か？
いや、個人的な用事さ。
Say
最近暇な時にフォンテーヌの決闘代理人たちと手合わせをしててね。
決闘代理人？そういう職業があるのか？
ああ、フォンテーヌじゃ容疑者が法廷に出向く前、名誉を守るためのチャンスとして公式の決闘代理人に決闘を申し込めるんだ。でも決闘代理人は国中の精鋭たちから選び抜かれた強いやつらばかり。その上決闘に寸止めなんて概念はない。だからこの行為は命を懸けて名誉を守ることの象徴とされてるんだ。勝てば審判を免れ、負ければおとなしく法廷行き。そして最悪の場合、決闘によって命を落とす。フォンテーヌには死刑が存在するという噂だけど、本当に死刑に処された人はまだいないらしい。だからどうしても受け入れられない冤罪とか名誉が第一とか、そういった人だけが決闘を申し込むんだ。そうでもなければ自分の命を懸ける必要なんてないからね。
じゃあ本当にその方法で審判を免れたやつはいるのか？
それはごくわずかだそうだよ。フォンテーヌの管理者がこんな規則を作ったのは個人
I
の
mean,
名
who are
誉へ
they
の
facing
尊重
in
を
these
示しての
duels?
こ
They're
とに過
facing
ぎ
the
ないだろう。
Archon. It's kind of impossible
それに
for a normal
決
person
闘
to
代理人
win.
も伊達にその任についてるわけじゃない。これこそ俺がフォンテーヌに来てすぐにそいつらと手合わせした理由さ。今日のクロリンでは噂じゃ決闘代理人の中でも最強らしい。ずっと挑発し続けてやっと手合わせしてくれることになったんだ。
お前な。それにしてもクロリンデって名前どっかで聞いたような。どこだったっけ？
そうだ、これは君たちが持っててくれ。 この神の目がさっきみたいな状況になって決闘に影響したらつまらないだろ。だからいっそ持たないことにした。それに旅人に預かってもらいたいだけさ。
Why did he just give
後で
me
取りに来るよ。
What the hell?
おいらわかったぞ。次においらたちに会うための口実が欲しいだけなんだろう。
そんなことないよ。それじゃまた後で連絡するから。
タルタリアの
This
や
idiot.
つ、気が沈むとか言っておきながら結局は相変わらずだったな。これでしばらくやることがなくなったよな。リネたちの公園までにこの街をブラブラしてみようぜ。
Don't people like feel a certain way if they're away from their their vision for too long?
おお、そうだったのか。まさかずっと存在感のなかった記者が犯人だったなんて。
Like we had an entire nation. Yeah, exactly. So why is he giving his away so easily? Maybe the effects only happen if it's for an extended duration and that a short period of time won't do anything. Hmm.
ごめん、びっくりしすぎてうっかり。でもここの推理小説って本当に面白いな。フォンテーヌの推理小説って
Who done
大
it?
道の娯楽小説とは全然スタイルが違うんだな。どっちもいいところがあるけど、オイラからするとこっちの方が新鮮に思えるっていうか、謎が明かされる瞬間とかすっごく興奮するぞ。特に今読んでたやつ、お前も買って読んでみるって。
Hi, man, you already ruined the story.
ごめんって、これからは気をつけるぞ。あ、それはそうと、そろそろ歌劇場でリネたちの公演を見に行く時間だよな。出発しようぜ。リネのやつ、歌劇場はエリニョス島にあるって言ってたよな。純粋船に乗っていくぜ。
Yeah? No! No! Like, let's say no. It's just as well. I can use this opportunity to go grab a bite to eat. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Some waffles. Just hold me off until. I'm also going to get Satyn his ball ready. Hey, food. Did my audio die? No, we're good. Love waffles.
最近のトップニュースってこんなもんなのか。
Where is the... Oh, that's right. All the way over here. Benefit of unlocking almost everything before coming here means I don't have to worry about the travel between place to place as much.
Epiclesis 歌劇場。すっごい貫禄だぜ。こんなところで公演ができるなんてすごいことだよな。通りでリネのやつあんなに楽しみにしてたわけだ。あれ、あそこの噴水に人が群がってるぞ。
神よ、どうか賢く健康な子供を授けてください。
そんなことどうだっていいわよ。健康でいてくれればそれで十分。平安な一生を送れることこそ一番の幸せでしょ。
そうだな。でも僕たち二人の子ならきっとお利口さんだぞ。
これフォンテーヌのしきたりなのか。
There we go. A ball
豆
full
腐が
of
たくさん
food
集まってるぞ。
for a little demon.
どうしたんだ。
Who? What?
え、何か聞こえたのか。この噴水はルキナの泉といって、フォンテーヌのすべての水が交わるところなの。フォンテーヌの新婚夫婦はみんなここで子宝祈願をするのが習わしよ。リネット、びっくりしたぞ。いつの間に来てたんだ。お兄ちゃんが噴水広場で待てっ
Lynette
て
being
言って
able
た
to
の。
sneak up on
忘れ
people's
たの。
tracks is a cat
それは
reference.
覚えてるけど。ここは人が多いから当然でしょ。何が言いたいの。
Lynette, you're not looking at me when you're saying this. What do you know?
お脅かすなよ。ピルマからそんなおかしなことあるわけ。そう、確かにあなたに教えてあげられる情報を持ってるわ。もしかしたらその疑問に答えられるかも。それは幻聴なんかじゃない。あなたの水元素の感知力が強すぎるせいで起こったこと。うちにもあなたのような体験をした人がいるわ。水元素の感知力？でもこいつが聞いたのは人の声だろ。元素力と何の関係があるんだよ。あなたはいつ涙を流す？なんで急にそんなこと聞くんだ？答えて。悲しい時とかか？それかすっごく嬉しい時とか、すっごく怖い時とかか？ならあなたにも理解できるはず。涙には強烈な感情が含まれている。 さっきルキナの泉はフォンテーヌのすべての水が交わる場所だと言ったでしょう。つまり大地に落ちた涙もやがてはここに集まる。あなたが聞いた声ももしかしたら誰かの涙の強烈な感情かもね。それでそいつはなんて言ってたんだ？本当にそうだとしたら一体何があったんだろう。その人よりも今はお兄ちゃんのことを気にかけてあげて。普段は余裕そうに構えてるけど本番前はいつもすごく緊張するの。あなたたちと話せば緊張もほぐれるかも。お、そうなのか？じゃあリリに会いに行こうぜ。
He found his ball. I haven't opened it yet though.
違う事件に対しては違うポイントに重きを置くべきだ。
I love this cat. BRB. Okay.
「やっぱり約束を守ってくれたね。旅人にパイも君たちに出会えて本当によかったよ。」
からかうなよな。ずっと楽しみにしてたんだからお前の公演を見逃すわけないだろ。
そうみたいだね。こんなに早くついてくれるくらいだからちょうどよかった。まだ観客も入ってないし、せっかくだから君たちに最高の席を用意しよう。チケットを取ってくるから待ってて。
Free show? Nice. Hey, get your food in half an hour, kitty. Okay?
歌劇場は昔から指定席制でね、事前登録が必要なんだ。はい、これはもう登録済みだよ。君たちのチケットだ。
わあ、一番前の席じゃないか。ありがとなリネ。
なんてことないさ。遠慮なく楽しんで。
おーい皆さん、ちょっとこっちに来てくれないか？
ああ、舞台道具の配置にちょっと問題があるみたいだ。アシスタントのコーエルが呼んでるからちょっと見てくれよ。
オイラたち先に席に座ってるぜ。お前は自分のことに専念していいぞ。
I love how grand the music is in Fontaine. Ooh. This is nice. on down there.
座席番号は、あ、この辺だよな。座ろうぜ。おい、旅人。隣の人にちょっと話しかけた方がいいんじゃないか？誰もいない状況で隣同士なのってちょっと気まずいぞ。お前、まあ分かってたけどな。
すまない。この雰囲気に気づかなかった私の落ち度だ。必要な時は気兼ねなく話しかけてくれればいい。
あ、聞こえてたのか。耳がいいんだな。さっきあんなにここだったの
Paimon,
に。
you're very loud.
こそこそしちゃって失礼なことしちゃったぜ。その話をしよう。何を話せば。
Interesting how they have so much space between the seats. There's so much room for more seating. But I guess this also allows for nobody to get in anybody's way.
そうだ。お前もこんなに早くに来て一番前の席に座ってるってことは、もしかしてオイラたちと一緒でリネの友達なのか？
友達か。もしリネ君が希望するなら喜んで友達になろう。
So it begins.
じゃあ違うってことか。まずいな。雰囲気がますます。そうだ。自己紹介を忘れてたぜ。改めてこんにちは。オイラはパイモンで、こいつは旅人だ。オイラたちフォンテーヌに来たばかりなんだ。
ごきげんよう。あえて光栄だ。二人の噂はかねがね伺っている。マナーにのっとり、私も自己紹介をしよう。私は
ヌビレットさん、公園に来てくれるなんて本当に光栄です。
何リネ君、この目で直に君の公演を見られるなんて私の方こそ光栄だ。
ヌビレット？もしかして
ん？今話をしてたみたいだけど、もしかしてヌビレットさんの身分を知らなかったのかい？この方はフォンテーヌの最高審判官なんだ。ほらあそこ。あのポジションは昔からヌビレットさんのものなんだよ。フォンテーヌの構成の象徴と言っても過言じゃない。
そうだったのか。さっきは失礼なことを。そんなに大物だったなんて。
気にするな。最高審判官などただの仕事に過ぎない。一人一人に自分のポジションがあるように、私も特別なわけではない。それから多少不本意ではあるが、一応言っておこう。さっきからずっと高所の貴賓席からポーズを決めている奴がいる。君たちの目に初めて映った時に最もかっこいいと思い込んでいる姿を見せたいがためにな。気づいてやってくれ。でないと落ち込んでしまうだろうから。
There she is
う
again.
わ水人フリーな。なんかすっごく得意げな表情だな。お前に見破られたことになんか全然気づいてないみたいだぞ。
それはよかった。彼女のことは気にするな。私たちは公演に集中しよう。
フォンテーヌの水人と最高審判官ってこんな関係
He
なの
panders
か。
just enough.
さて、もう少し待っててくれるかい？ もう準備はほとんど終わったよ。観客が入り終わったら公演開始だ。
やっとか。おいら生でマジックショーを見るのなんか初めてだ。すっごく楽しみだぜ。おお、暗くなったぞ。もうすぐ始まるのか。
Paimon, chill out.
ごめん、気をつけるぜ。
本日はお忙しい中、エピクレシス歌劇場へお越しいただきありがとうございます。本日のパフォーマー、リネです。こちらは僕の妹で最も重要なアシスタントのリネットです。さあ、みんなに挨拶して。
こんにちは。
眠そうに見えますが、こう見えて緊張してるんですよ。
好きに言うといいわ。
皆さん、こう思っていませんか？自由に元素力を使える神の目を持つ我々にとっては、マジックなんて簡単だろうと。ならば、ここに約束いたしましょう。今日この舞台上で起こることは全て、元素力とは無関係です。
なるほどな。いわゆるマジックと魔法の違いってやつだな。
もう待ちきれないという皆さんのために、早速幕開けとしましょう。リネットはこれから少々準備に取り掛かります。どうか寂しがらないで、少しの我慢ですから。すぐに思いもつかないような形で再び登場し、注目の的となってくれるでしょう。あ、それから最後に一つ注意事項を。瞬きのタイミングは慎重に選ぶこと。マジシャンの極意は、有から無へ、無から有へ、千変万化を成し遂げること。お
Nice.
近頃の観客はみんな伝統的なマジックなんてとうに見飽きている。僕が唯一無二であると証明するにはどうすればいい？ここで難題を一つ。注目の中、この水の牢獄から妹の姿を消してみせましょう。そう難しくはない。人を泡に変え脱出させるだけ。あ、道具の点検はあれほどしとけって。蓋が閉まれば空気でさえ出られない。初心者なら大慌てのところだ。幸い舞台にいるのはこの僕。真の実力をお見せしましょう。リネット、まだいるかい？あんまり離れないで。魔力が尽きたらバレちゃう。
うん、ただいま。
Really dressed. Her clothes are in the tank. Must have had a second outfit prepared.
何にもわからなかったぞ。
It's magic.
リネットは飛び込んだんだよな。でも急に消えて、一体どうやって出てきたんだ。
私たちに簡単に見破られてしまうくらいなら、彼の技術もまだまだ鍛錬が必要ということになってしまう。マジックを鑑賞するときは、恋に隠された手法よりも舞台が織りなす過程に目を向けるべきだろう。
確かにな。リネットが出てきた時はびっくりしたぞ。本当にすごいぜ。
ありがとうございます。こちらのパフォーマンスにはご満足いただけましたか？しかしこの不思議な旅はまだ終わりません。これよりもさらに驚くような瞬間を用意していますよ。転移と消失のマジックはまだまだ進化するんです。皆さん、水槽脱出のマジックは一切の隙もないように見えたけど、結局リネットが相手だったから成功したんだなんて思っていませんか？リネットが助手であれば事前に準備する時間は十分にあると。ならば次のマジックはここにいる幸運なお客さんに手伝ってもらいましょう。さあ、魔力に満ちた箱を舞台へ持ってきて。さて、箱は全部で2つあります。1つはここに、もう1つは観客席中央の通路に。勘の鋭いお客さんはすでにお気づきでしょう。そう、次のマジックは入れ替わりです。選ばれたラッキーなお客さんには、僕がこちらの箱に入るのと同時にあちらの箱に入ってもらいます。そして1分後、お互いの箱から姿を現してみせましょう。皆さん、僕が細工できないよう視界の箱から絶対に目をそらさないでくださいね。
うわ、どうやってやるんだ。な、リネって本当に魔術が使えるんじゃないのか。
ラッキーなお客さんが誰になるかはこのナンバー抽選機で決めましょう。この機会は完全にランダム。この幸運が誰に訪れるのか僕にだって分かりません。では始めますよ。どれどれ。ああ、第7列3番目のお客さん、おめでとう。直々にこの不思議な1分間を体験できますよ。さあ、彼女をマジック箱のそばへ連れてきてくれるかい？箱の中の空間が狭くてごめんね。でもその代わり緊張がほぐれるよう中は手の込んだ装飾でいっぱいにしてありますから、あなたは何もしなくて大丈夫です。途中で何か不思議な感覚になったとしても絶対に出てこないで。マジックが中断されてしまえばあなたがどこに現れるか僕にも分かりません。気がついたらメロピデ要塞にいたなんてこともある。
ええ。
さて、箱に入る前に皆さんに一つお願いしたいことがあります。どうかカウントダウンをしていただけませんか？ 60、59、58というふうに一つずつ数えてください。少し早くなったり遅くなったりしても構いませんよ。暗い箱の中では何も見えませんから、皆さんの声だけが頼りです。あ、意地悪はなしですよ。30秒で60回を数え切ってしまわれては僕も困っちゃいますから。
そんなこと言われたら逆に早めに数えたくなるぜ。いひひ。
おっと皆さん、だいぶ意地悪な表情ですね。やっぱり事前に練習しておきましょうか。60、59、58いきますよ。せーの。
60、59、58。
そうそう、そのスピードです。
Didn't he
それ
just
を
say
保っ
we
て
could
ください
count as
ね。
fast or slow as we
それ
wanted?
では
And now he's telling
カウ
us
ン
to
トダウンが
go
終
at
わ
a
った後
certain speed.
もう一つの箱
Lenny,
で
be consistent.
またお会いしましょう。
54、53、52。ヌビレットは数えないのか？
私は心の中で数えよう。観客の音量はすでに十分だからな。これは身分と性格によるところだ。気にせずパフォーマンスに集中するといい。
そっか、真面目な表情だったからこういうのになれないのかと思ったぜ。
40、39、38。
リネさんいるか？準備はいいか？
慌てないで。今魔力の方向を確認してるから。どこか変な場所、例えば観客席の上に出て落ちちゃったりしたら、それこそ事故になっちゃうからね。
Funny you should mention that.
なんかリネのやつ全然急いでる感じがないよな。何の音だ？な、聞こえたか？まあいいか、みんな気にしてないみたいだし。
25、24、23。
どういうことだ？リネさんまだ箱の中にいるのか？
うっかり装飾を落としちゃってね。直そうとしたんだけど中が真っ暗で右も左もわからないや。
もう時間がない。装飾なんて気にするな。パフォーマンスの方が大事だ。
それはダメだよ。パフォーマンスに欠陥があってはならないんだ。安心して、まだ20秒もあるから。
19、18、17。
やれやれ、予想外の状況が多くてすみません。なんだかカウントダウンがどんどん速くなってきてる気がしますが、いいでしょう。一つ一つ数えるのは確かに疲れますからね。あと十数秒、十分です。準備はほぼ完了。いや、2人の位置を入れ替えるのは大掛かりだね。僕みたいな熟練の魔術師でも1回で成功できるかどうか。ねえねえ、僕は後ろに行けた？箱の中は同じだからわからないや。え？また失敗？ねえ、もう一度。ちょっと待ってて。もう。また今のはなし。じゃじゃーん。
Oh shit.
これもマジックの一環？リネさん、ここから舞台が元に戻るんですよね。
なんてことだ。
まさかこれ本当に事故なのか？箱の中にはまだ人がいるよな。
公演中止だ。医療スタッフは私についてこい。警察隊は現場を保護し、すべての出演者を抑えろ。歌劇場の出入り口も一時的に封鎖する。
その通りだ。事故なら原因を特定しなければ。事故じゃなかったら、その時は正義の神の審判は免れない。
君たちも慌てなくていい。何が起こったのかはすぐ把握できるだろう。 不幸なことにマジックボックスにいた人はすでに息を引き取っていた。死者の名はコーエル。リネ魔術団のアシスタントの一人だ。舞台上の花火が水槽上部のロープに引火したことが水槽墜落の直接の原因となった。なぜ箱の中にいたのが選ばれた観客でなくコーエルだったのかについてはまだ原因を突き止められていない。だが警察隊が捜索したところ、あの少女は蒸発したかのように行方知れずになった。こうなればもう単なる舞台の事故とは言えない。連続少女失踪事件に属する一連の事件とも多くの特徴が一致している。
連続少女失踪事件？
連続少女失踪事件ってシャルロットが言ってたあの事件のことだよな。
わかったよ。一目で見通せる謎を目玉にしてくれるとは僕たちも見くびられたものだね。腕の立つ全能の魔術師リネ君こそが連続少女失踪事件の首謀者じゃないのか？
どうして僕が？これは完全なアクシデントだ。
全てはマジックショーの最中に起こったことだ。少女が選ばれて消えたことも、君のアシスタントが帰らぬ人になったことも、今にして思えば前置きの「ユーから無へ」「
It's a
無
red
から
herring.
ユ
He
ー
didn't
へ」
do
は
it.
一種の挑発だったわけか。
嘘だろ？本当にリネなのか？でもこいつはずっと舞台上の箱の中からオイラたちに話しかけ続けてたんだぞ。それにこいつは出会った時から連続少女失踪事件の犯人を捕まえたいって言ってたんだ。自分を捕まえたいだなんておかしい
But
だろ。
justice works like this. He has to be apprehended as a suspect. Just because of all the coincidences.
言い争いはそこまでだ。フリーナ殿、今の発言はリネ君やその仲間に対する告発と受け取ってよろしいか？
僕はただ彼のことを告発について話すには時期尚早じゃ。
フリーナ様の推理、確かに理にかなっています。自ら正義の主催をされるんですね。
トリックの裏に隠された誘拐と殺害の事実を一言でズバリと言ってのけるとは、さすがフリーナ様。
古本、その当たり前だろう。見えすいた真相より目の前の相手の方が僕を興奮させてくれるんだ。さて、そこの異教の旅人よ、君は手を差し伸べるんだろう。この前はリネ君に大いに助けられたはずだからね。なら問題ないね。諸君、実はこの旅人と初めて対面した時に僕らはすでに一度対決を行っているんだ。それがまさかリネ君の助けで引き分けになってしまうとはね。ふん、引き分けというのは一番つまらない。いずれ必ず君との決着はつく。そのクライマックスが遅かれ早かれ訪れるとするなら、歌劇のフィナーレにこそふさわしい。
あいつあの時負けたよな。
よかろう。告発成立だ。告発があれば審判するのみ。旅人フリーナ殿は君を相手として見ている。彼女の大げさな言い方を置いておくとして、君自身の意見を聞こう。君はリネ君の味方となって彼を擁護し、彼の代理人になる気はあるか？
We're not a lawyer though. What the hell?
わかった。審判は明日歌劇場で執り行う予定だ。双方自由に事件を調査し、真相を究明するがいい。リネ君と彼の魔術団には当事者として全員歌劇場で待機してもらう必要がある。残りの観客は警察隊の確認が取れ次第順番に退出してくれ。
一日はあっという間に過ぎゆくものだ。名高き大物の君が一体どんな波を巻き起こせるか。 心から楽しませてもらうよ。
君たち驚かせたよね。
当然だろう。目の前で事故が起きてびっくりしないやつなんかいないぞ。
そっか、僕もだ。コーエルがなんでこんなことに。さっきはみんなの前だったが、今は僕たちだけだ。正直に言ってくれていい。君は僕が犯人だと思うかい？ありがとう。信じてくれて本当に感謝するよ。周りから見れば僕は第一容疑者なんだろうけど、僕からすればこの一件は謎だらけだ。解せないことばかり残ってる。舞台上の不測の事態が単なる事故だったのかどうかもわからないし、コーエルがどうしてあそこにいたのかもわからない。それと選ばれた少女がなぜ突然行方不明になったのかも。誰かが細工をしたとしたら一体どんな手段を使ったんだろう。このトリックをよく理解している人でも1分以内にそんな細工をするのはどうしたって不可能なはず。
それこそ調査の価値があるぜ。本にも書いてあったぞ。不可能なことは起こりえない。起こったなら必ず可能性はあるってな。
Where'd you get those glasses, Paimon?
マジで本を読んでた時かっこいいなと思ってついでに買ったんだ。モラはオイラがコツコツ節約してた分で旅費をこっそり使ったりはしてないぜ。かわいい。よくわかってるじゃないか。
君の言うことも一理あるな。こうして落ち込んでないで早くいつもの調子に戻らないとね。とは言っても今は僕とリネットの一挙一動に警察隊が目を光らせていて、自分たちで容疑を晴らそうとするのは至難の業だ。君が僕の代理人になってくれて本当によかったよ。重ね重ねありがとう。今頼れるのは君たちだけだ。
よろしく。安心しろ。そうだ、調査の前に一つ聞いていいか。リネがマジックをやってた間、リネットはどこに行ってたんだ？
あれか、トリックの核心となる秘密に触れてしまうんだけど。
秘密はもう守れないと思うよ、リネ。
そうだな。これほどの大事件になってしまえばマジックの種もきっと証拠として審判に関わってくる。残念だ。マジシャンにとってマジックショーは一種の創作物だとも言える。僕たちは本当に多くの心血を注いできたんだ。でもこの秘密が事件の真相を見つけるのに役立つのなら、それもまた相応の価値を発揮できたって言えるはずだ。トリックを解説するならここを出ないと。僕たちは警察隊に話してくるから、君たちは舞台と客席の方を先に調べててくれるかい？
それでは行こう。ここにいる観客がみんな行ってしまう前にな。名探偵がついに動き出すぜ。おまわりさん、こんにちは。調査に何か進展はあったか？
なるほど、あんたがフリーナ様の言ってた異教の旅人だな。先に言っておくが、このトラブルに首を突っ込まない方がいいぜ。
どういう意味だ？
ついてくればわかる。死者はコーエル、リネのアシスタントの一人で入団して間もなかったが、コツコツ頑張ってるってんでみんな彼に対しては好印象を持っていた。アシスタントの仕事は主に道具の設置や点検、 それから舞台上でショーに協力したり雰囲気を作ったりもする。水槽が突然墜落して箱の中にいるコーエルに当たってしまったとこは客席にいたあんたらも見てたはずだ。
Yeah, why Cowl? If they were trying to kill Linny, wouldn't it have made more sense to have it fall sooner? So he wasn't the target, apparently.
そこが消せないところなんだ。調査は行われているものの、残念ながらあの少女の行方は
We
未だ
didn't
に
even
特定
see
で
the
きてい
girl
ない。
enter the box.
だがこれを見ろ。マジックボックスはちょうど水槽の真下にあり、ロープは花火に燃やされて切れちまってる。事故
Are
と
you
して見るに
sure it
は
was a
あまりにもでき
pyrotechnics
すぎている。
that burned the rope?
だがこれが入念に計画された事件ならこの配置にも納
You
得がい
think
く。
that they have practiced this
そし
long
てリネ
enough
こ
to
そ
know
が
that that
この
would
全てを実
happen?
現できる可能性の一番高い人物だ。
でもあいつに動機なんかないぞ。
あんたらはリネの親友か？
そこまでじゃないし、短い付き合いだけど。
短い付き合いだけでそこまでの信頼を得られ、さらに代理人まで喜んでやらせるとはな。この世に魔術なんてものが存在しないことは知っている。そして魔術師が一番得意なのは人々を意のままに操る
There
こ
is
とだ。
magic. Magic is
俺
real
はおびた
as
だし
men.
い
What the
数の事
fuck?
件を見てきた。人というのは全ての証拠の中で一番信頼に値しないものさ。すまない。俺はストレートに話しちまうタイプなんだ。善意で忠告していることだけ分かってくれりゃいい。もし気になるなら事件現場を調べてみてもいいだろう。何か予想外の収穫を得られるかもしれんしな。
Huh.
Se これが焼き切れちゃったせいで水槽が落ちたんだろうな。このロープ見た目は丈夫そうなのに花火で引火するなんて。
Yeah, no, I don't think Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern. He's too much of a perfectionist.
どうした？急に思い詰めたような顔して。あ、ここの材質だけちょっと違ってないか？ほとんど燃え尽きてるけどまだちょっとだけ残ってるぞ。耐荷重ロープのはずなのにこんなものがあるなんて。ってことは、はいはい、オイラがメモするぞ。
Hmm.
調べてるんだ？
ああ、魔術団のメンバーはみんな重要な容疑者とされているから、ここも封鎖されて警察隊が取り調べを行っている最中なんだ。ここの席は予約制だからね。予約リストから失踪した少女の身元を突き止められた。
Welcome back.
機密情報じゃないから別に構わないよ。これから住民たちにも捜索に協力してもらえるよう情報公開する予定だしね。彼女の名はホールジー。フォンテーヌ人でそこそこ有名な画家だ。調べによると彼女は捜索のプレッシャーが溜まっていて、それでここにマジックショーを見に来たらしい。
Oh, it's
それと
2:30.
ここの常連じゃない。
You know what that means? Before I feed my brat, I'm gonna go get some cold water. I'll be back in a moment. And he's here yelling at me. I love this cat. Okay, I'm back. Brat time. It's always brat time. Alright. Are you hungry? You hungry? Here you go. Have fun. The cat is so cute.
魔術団の人間はみんな彼女を知らないと言っている。彼女の人間関係についても調査済みで、容疑者との間に恨みや利害なんかのもつれはない。まあ要するに完全に無関係ってことさ。今までの連続少女失踪事件と全く同じだよ。
これまでの事件もターゲットはランダムに選ばれてたのか？
少なくとも俺たちから見ればそうだね。年齢の近い若い女性っていう身元の情報を除けば何の関連もなかった。
Okay, I have a question before you do your thing, Tara. Is this murder mystery a true whodunit? Meaning I can take SSVD's rules and figure it out. Or is it not?
Oh, なるほどな。
気にしないでくれ。もしこの後あの女性を見つけることがあれば必ず俺たちに連絡を入れてくれよ。連続少女失踪事件の解決はかなりの重要事項だからな。
She was very nervous before getting into that box, which is suspicious in itself. I'm starting to think that she was placed there on purpose, and her seat was chosen on purpose, and that everything wasn't as random as Lenny thinks. He thinks it's random because he's uninvolved. But I think it was fixed. Somebody used Lenny to accomplish something. Yeah.
リネはまだ警察隊員と交渉してる。ちょっと手間がかかるみたい。きっと誰かがつくことになるけど大丈夫でしょう。そこのそうあんた正しくはあんたたちか。ちょっと来て。ずっとあんたたちのことを観察してたの。おいらたちか。そうよ。あんたたちも茨の道を越えて真実を追求したいんでしょ。しかもその格好フォンテーヌの人間じゃないね。それはそうだけど、お前らは誰だ。スピナディロースラの名は知ってるでしょ。紛争の仲裁、保護の提供、難題の解決、どんなこともそつなくこなす何でもござるの民間組織スピナディロースラ。そして私こそ名高きスピナディロースラの現会長ナビア。でもまあうちのルールじゃ私のことはボスって呼んでもらってるけど。
自重のシルバだ。よろしく頼む。
私はマルシラック。お会いできて光栄です。普段はお嬢様の身の回りを責任を持ってお世話いたしております。
あれ、ボスだったりお嬢様だったり、どういうことだ。実は私2代目の会長なんだよね。マルシラックたちはまだ昔の呼び方が抜けないみたいだけど。
申し訳ありません。もしお嬢様がボスという呼び方を好まれるようでしたら、今後はそう呼ばせていただきます。
いいのいいの。あんたたちも私のことはボスじゃなくてナビアって呼んでいいよ。わかったぜ。って違う。オイラたちはもともとスピナディロースラの人間じゃないだろ。細かいところは気にしないで。それよりこの事件について話しましょう。まあね、パパの昔のことでずっと連続少女失踪事件には注目してるの。現状から見ればリネは黒幕なんかじゃないと思う。
Don't tell me which rules it breaks.
オイラたちも同じ考えで今は必死に手がかりを探してるところだぞ。ちなみにお前はどうしてそう思ったんだ。 もちろん私の鋭くてよく当たる勘よ。
Have you ever seen a woman so beautiful you started crying? No. Are you crying right now? I'll leave her on the screen for you to behold a little bit longer as I go and get myself a drink from my water bottle. Yeah, Ferdinand was quick to point the finger. That's suspicious. Oh no, my audio died. Audio is jealous of Navia. Point that it killed itself.
「告発したら審判のプロセスが始まることになる」「その雰囲気の中じゃフリーナ様は絶対に引かないでしょう」お前が水神を信用してないことのように聞こえるけどなじゃああんたはどう思う？確かにあの水神は面白い。でも彼女が好きだからって盲目的に支持するわけにもいかないでしょ。
I like her. She can like Ferdina, but not blindly agree with everything she says. That's how it should be. Don't blindly follow your leaders. Question everything. They need to be transparent. Ferdina did it. It's all her.
さてと、あんたたちの質問には答えた。次は私の質問に答えてもらうよ。なんでだよ、今のもカウントされるのかよ。知ったこっちゃないね。まあご心配なく。きっとあんたたちにとっても価値ある質問だから。あんたたちは審判を歌劇として楽しむ行為は正しいと思う？その
Alright, I can change it. Can't do it till after this cutscene though.
言ったでしょ、マルシュラック、シルバー。この二人はただものじ
Oh,
ゃな
but
い
at the same time, we won't get to
お
get
嬢様の
Rise
ご判断は実に的確でしたね。こちらの旅人の回答は非常に優れていると思いますよ。人々がどんなに素晴らしい脚本を期待していても、ここで上演される審判の公演は事実に基づいていなければなりません。もしそれが両立できていたなら、ボスも。
はいはい、話はそこまで。とにかくあんたの答えは気に入った。あんたたち合格よ。私は少し準備するから後で一緒に調査しましょう。そうね、あんたたちは私の助手ってことで。
Did we just get demoted to the Watson?
なんでいきなりそんなことになるんだよ。 それじゃあ私があんたたちの助手をやろうか？相棒でも何でもいいよ。私は気にしないから。へえ、そうこなかったな。
自慢話のように聞こえるかもしれませんが、お嬢様の直感はもしかすると真相へと導く大きな力になるかもしれませんよ。あなた方はご友人が濡れ衣を着せられることを望んでおらず、私たちも失踪事件の真相を突き止めたいと思っている。この点において私たちの目標は一致しているはずです。
確かに一理あるぜ。おじちゃん口上手だな。サチナ兄ちゃんはどう思う？ずっと黙ってるけど何か心配事でもあるのか？
異論はない。
それじゃあ少し準備するから、後でマジックの種を解説するときには私たちを呼んでね。じゃ、サンキュー。
Oh, thank you. Is it? Of course it is. Hey, Anne, did you... Oh. There's still some stuff in there, Satan.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads,
that name is
be sure to share them with me, all right?
And it's throwing me off.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Yeah, I know, your theory doesn't hold water.
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Lynette did nothing wrong.
What was with that sound?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Now these guys have
Sorry
a point.
to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the
Don't think
investigation.
this person chosen
What were
was
you
a
saying about the
coincidence.
number selector?
Or
There's
random.
something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
But does Linny
But you see
reserve the
why
seats
I was
for
saying
everybody?
it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Doesn't sound right.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Like he's just the performer. People who do the assigned seatings are usually the people who run the venue, not the performers. This is the last.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here, at least not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here.
Assuming everybody who's talking to us is telling the truth, that is.
Alright, thank you for your help. This This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
That is a massive cup. He drinks tea from a mug as big as yours, Tara.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
I mean, it makes sense.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
Yeah, somebody.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Whoever the murderer was, this people need... Why would it be him? How strange. God,
You don't have all the pieces. Sure. Okay.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
I'm still not entirely convinced it was the pyrotechnics that caused the rope to burn. Dress on the ground.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase! Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
What?
Right! And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Hi, Satyn.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
That's a big enough event that anybody could fit through
Could
there.
this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Y'all are working on the assumption that there was only one person in on this. Where it's possible that, despite being told not to do anything, the girl could have left the box, forced somebody else into it, and then escaped. Like, there doesn't need to have been someone who grabbed her and dragged her away. It's the only thing that explains why her clothes would be there, is that she had an outfit to change into so she wouldn't be recognized right away.
Oh, You're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Stay in! Like, if we had a kidnapping case, there would be no need for her to change clothes. So, that means the girl is a suspect. So I don't know if she's the one who did the killing per se. She might just be a pawn. Somebody else's control. You look nervous. Like she didn't want to be there.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Luce returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, mademoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the house's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnel's become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
Yes.
Makes considerable progress.
He thinks that it was somebody who works at this place.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks
course you'd ask that.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
I mean, you right?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon?
Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Hmm? What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, mademoiselle. Everyone, please
I
come
mean,
with
it's
me.
an opera house. They have to have a kitchen, don't they? You think that at these shows you'd be allowed to buy food?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
That too.
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
He made fresh macarons.
Paimon said it smelled good while it was still in the
Macarons.
oven. Oh, it's even better now.
Macarons.
Paimon's
Seriously?
so drooling.
If you know anything about baking, you know that macarons are one of the hardest things to get right. And she's not even using a proper kitchen. What the fuck? Also, those are massive macarons. And multicolor, no less. What is this girl?
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
No, that's perfect.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack.
Yeah.
Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Don't complain, they're huge.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served.
But she's
as
complaining
well.
about having 3.
This is
Look how big they
Demoiselle's
are.
favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
They're like the size of a burger. She wants more than 3. I'm on.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
That's right.
Cowl's looking more
And
more
even if she had
suspicious.
tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Mm-hmm. Case of the missing macarons. It was Paimon all along.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Wow.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
It bugs me how she says Rosula. How it's supposed to be pronounced. Did I mispronounce it? Rosula? Is she saying Rosula, not Rosula?
Do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
Did yours?
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Farina, you need to be smacked.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
This is a trial. You shouldn't be talking smack. Inappropriate.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
Then where's your proof?
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
That's not true.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
She's antagonizing.
Of course, I have
That's
armed
very
myself to do
inappropriate
far
for
more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
What does that have to do with anything here, Farina? What the fuck?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Exactly.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the
She's
infighting and
instigating.
discord,
Very
I suppose.
inappropriate.
This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really
You're making
paying
yourself
off.
look bad here, Farina.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
It's not relevant.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
She's got a smug smirk on her face that we're gonna wipe away soon enough.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
You're the watching audience. You're not
The
allowed to
defendant
comment.
deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Alright, should I switch back to Japanese now, or do I go to the end of this trial? Or when I get the chance, anyway.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry. Ugh. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably
Look,
so,
I've been
but
through Natlan
please,
already. Just because
let
you're
me
Fatui
explain.
doesn't mean you're inherently
I know
bad.
you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead.
Even if I didn't have that
The truth
knowledge,
is
I
very
still think I would
important,
trust
but
these
being
two.
completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right.
They don't seem
so
sinister.
you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
They have every reason to keep that information secret.
Say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
It sounds like this opera house was built with this magician in mind.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
So no matter how you look at it, it's impossible for
Well, that
Lenny to
explains
have
why you
been
didn't
it.
hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro
As much
Archon's
as
accusations,
the
we're
Traveler
gonna need
and
a
Paimon
seriously
don't like the
watertight
Fatui,
defense.
they also aren't in the mind to accuse somebody of a crime they didn't commit, even if they are a criminal. If the Traveler was just the kind of person to take down their enemies regardless, there would be a lot more Fatui members who'd be dead by now. Aside from the select few that are. And we let Child go. Multiple times.
Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Right, this is not a matter of trust, but one of truth. Somebody's framing Linny. Someone who knows their background and was able to bring it to light and use it against them, even though it's completely irrelevant. Oh, I can change the audio here. Is here good, Chibi, or should I continue in English for now? English. If only. Alright, after this trial then, entirely.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Can I question Farina?
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Seriously, can I question her?
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
Nah, this doesn't add up.
At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed.
There was literally only like 45 seconds to a minute. A little longer to do all of this.
So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
So cocky.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw. According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Yeah, the tunnel's at the other end of the thing, so it was close to where he was going to come out from. There were no second box. It was just the one box in the other one that went down, came up, and came into the one on stage. There was no need for a second box, so he just kind of fell through a trap hole and moved swiftly across the thing, while I imagine that someone should have been down there to make sure things are going to go smoothly. Possibly Lynette. So the difference here is that Rudina is speaking in blue truth while we're speaking in red truth. This is a good way to help you understand how that works. Blue truth is a truth that has a possibility of happening, but is not guaranteed to be exactly what happened.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent! Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Navia.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claim?
What proof do you have to back yours?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask?
He wasn't in the box the whole time.
You're saying that he wasn't.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! Ha ha! How do you like that?
Well played.
Take that, Farina.
To think you'd use such logic.
Try and refute my red truth.
Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
It was you, Farina. Imagine.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
No, I don't think so.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
I think I had that pinned down from the start, didn't I? As soon as you told me that they weren't following the rules exactly, it basically made Cowell guilty or a suspect to me. Because if they broke a rule, you're not allowed to use suicide in a murder mystery.
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
That one?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would like...
Ah, okay.
No one entered or left the Opera House.
Still incorrect?
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Yeah, where did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely.
Which means she has to still be down there, right?
And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Water is suspicious.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
So you're intentionally supposed to get the first one. Because you're not presented with the water.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound.
But you saw
at
it
the moment.
yourself.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Maybe she
Even
should have been
so,
voiced by Daisuke
I
Ono.
trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation
Does indeed appear to be at an impasse. Has to
dissolve anytime.
Also, Frediana, you're great. I appreciate you tons and all, but please shut the fuck up. Right. Honestly, she's making herself look bad here.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal
If
effects
she
has
dissolved
yielded some
into
surprising
water,
results.
then she dissolved into
But we cannot
a
yet
tank
verify the
that
veracity of these clues.
Lynette used to
Still,
transport herself.
let us assume that these
seems
clues
like.
are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found.
Is the water.
Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Ahem! It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Planted.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny? We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Well, would
Wait,
you look at that?
Isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar! So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled!
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
If that's the case, what happened with the rope? The only thing that we haven't figured out yet.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective. flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Seems... The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved.
Why are you sounding like that, Paimon?
He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. That she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, Then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Oh, there's your proof. People turning into water. Those are cosmic horrors.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the Knave, has their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Traveler. Damn. Well, heck indeed.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. wait. Shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Come back, Tara.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal!
That is a hell of a start for Fontaine. Jesus. I think I'll stop there for that and do other now because I only have about 15. That was a fantastic start. Do some smaller. Fascinating disaster, I'll say. She seems so disappointed that we turned her down. Help with the crime around here. How could we do that to her? What are we? We're awful. Right, she sounded like she was about to cry. Like, how could you? Why would you not want to stick around and help her out? Especially considering she carries around baking equipment to bake on the spot. Basically free goodies. Also, I think that the Traveler's a little angrier at Linny than they have a right to be. But their own trauma might be holding them back from processing things properly. Linny and Lynette are both victims of circumstance. And the one person who saved them from that circumstance just so happens to be a harbinger. So naturally, as children, you're going to consider going with the person who just saved you regardless of their past. All they saw was their savior, as brutal as it might have turned out to be. Yeah, like I said, it's trauma that's judging them a little bit there. It just sucks, but I understand. They'll come around eventually, I'm sure. Especially once they meet Arlecchino and get that side of the story. Because Linny can only say so much. They need to hear it straight from source. Cam can do no harm. I am obligated to agree. Does that mean we're Tui apologists? Nah, nonsense. It sounds to me like Arlecchino is willing to do necessary evils if it means protecting her family. Ironically put that is their dangerous that can be. Yeah. Guess they don't want to get close to anybody at the risk of what might happen, but like at the same time, shouldn't judge people solely on one or two things that might not be as true as they sound. You need the context of which things are happening. And like I said, I have the foresight of having seen all of Natlan and know that not all of the Fatui are evil. Estelle, you talking to or if I'm looking at the trail of the Traveler's development. Yeah. I wonder which one they're gonna pick as the canon one. Kinda hoping they pick the female Traveler. Almost all like official art though, and even in the game, the tutorial will all show the male one. However, at least for me, is that true for anyone who's played a male character? Jimmy, did you pick the male Traveler when you started the game? Do all your tutorials also show male Traveler? Kind of wild that they went and made it a point that if you picked male, all your tutorial stuff will show the female. But It's probably a safe bet that female traveler is probably the most popularly played. Okay, let's Satyn out. So all of your tutorials show the male traveler as well? Okay, that makes sense. Easier from development. Although at the end of the day, it literally doesn't matter which one they choose for the anime. The whole canon, because they're interchangeable. Any idea when that anime is gonna become? It was announced a while back, right? I imagine season 1's probably just gonna be all about manga. Each region probably getting its own season. Oh, so it's ufotable, that's what you're animating? I think you did mention that before. Yeah, I hope they leave Demon Slayer soon. Get Genshin instead. Alright, I'll go do this one thing and then the others later.
サプライズ。
貫こう。と月のように永遠なる。
ここよ。マジックスタート。
油断するなよ。動け。サプライズだよ。
サプライズ。
拍手ご用意を。キャップスよっ。ちょっとまだ聞いたみたいだ。美しいし。
ここよ。
ここで回避しよう。
ちょっとしたトリック。ライトアップ。
権限。落ちると聞いたみたいだ。いや、ちょっ
ここよ。
僕をたたえよ。
ちょっとしたトリックさ。
まずはこれを。
それ。
やっ。サプライズ。こちらに注目。
僕のパフォーマンスに失敗はない。
ちょっとしたトリック。
貫くな。
開幕だ。
Does each form of Ferdinand have a different personality? Oh no. Not the speeders.
サプライズだよ。注目。
ここよ。とマジックスタート。
権限。
Yeah, that's true. Okay, this is where I call it for today. I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. So, till then, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.